Welcome to the GunChannels.com lobby chat.
up, Penny?
What's up, Knives? Didn't even
You gonna
hear you
build it?
come in. Do what?
So you gonna build it?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting my larger one built. Let's see. T2.
Is that the Panto?
Yeah. It will be. As soon as I pick the steel I want. Looks like 154 CEM might be the best one out of the bunch. Yeah, S30V. Everybody puts the price up there, though.
Any coupon codes?
Nah, afraid not. Why is it up to 225 already? I thought the retail price 165. Oh well, I'll go ahead and build it and see what the price is. Let's see, choose a color.
I'll be right back. I gotta get something.
Okay.
Oh shit.
It's back down to 195.
What you do?
I don't know.
Because of the color?
Either that or it was the material of the. That's what it was. The G10 aerospace material is why it was so high up. But if I switched it to the glass-filled nylon, to where you can get different collars, then it brings it back down in price. Cool. Let's see. Should I get the pink spacer? I'll go with black. Right, pink. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What do you think? Black screws and black axis? Black liner?
It
Yeah.
keeps it equal.
Hey,
Is
there's
that the
Edge.
aerospace material?
No, that's the glass-filled nylon.
Okay.
that aerospace only comes in one color. Or it comes into like maybe two or three colors. But you can get all these different colors if you go with the glass-filled nylon. Oh, Edge left.
Nothing interesting.
I figured he'd want to buy himself a knife.
You would have thought he just called the Benchmade and they'll fucking give you a free coupon code. I just got my head.
Black, clip, split arrow painted, backspace color pink, no, texture classic. Cool. Let me stop screen sharing this real quick. That way I can type in
Hold on, let me
the
write some numbers. Hey, Ben, guess what? I bought 69 Super B and you bought it for me.
Who bought it for you?
You did.
Yeah. I'd be standing back because that check's gonna bounce so high it's not even funny.
Nah, I bought a fucking Noveski. The Infidel. I'll play, man. Be on layaway for like 5 years.
Yeah, it's pretty bad when you pick the United States Postal Service to ship it because you know it'll get here faster than UPS.
That's sad. So when you gonna get it?
Should be in my hands within 10 days.
It'll turn out good.
Oh, I know. Well, if it turns out anywhere near what the first one turned out, then yeah, it will turn out good. Man, I'd still like to get that. I just can't afford $550.
Yeah, take that fucking thing up the best page and stick it up your ass. Fuck that shit.
You get a good quality custom knife there, Knives, and you're gonna pay for
That's
it.
too much.
Too much? Hell, I've seen some on Instagram that I'd love to get my hands on that are a couple grand.
Yeah, I see those from Ghost there and they're fucking awesome. The only thing I like right there is the Contejo.
Let me log out. Let me pull up Instagram. Man, my internet is slow.
Yeah, mine does that shit too. I was in the earlier morning chat, my internet went out.
Come on. Come on, come on. Come on, load up.
Bring out the noise.
There we go.
Oh, snaps. Dude, I'd be scared to use that thing, man. That thing's pretty.
Oh, I know. I guarantee you that's more than $2,000. Come on, keep going. But I like how it's uniform on both sides. It's got, yeah, even though it doesn't flip the other way, it's got the flip ledge on both sides.
Is that spring assist?
This is all ball bearing action. I don't know if it might be spring assist, but I know it's got all ball bearings and everything else in it. Find out. Let's see here. In 2014, 2015, he was winning awards at Blade Show. Oh, shit. Come on, pictures download, damn it. I don't see any spring assist. Let's see. It's a stainless ball thrust bearing. Titanium frame backspacer. Yeah. It just opens up so smoothly that may not need an assist. Ooh.
Yeah, I know you like that big one.
Well, that's a pretty little badass one right there.
Yep.
But let's see here.
The blue one looks pretty nice.
Yeah. Let's see. That's sharply designed. Let's see. That's Todd Begg. Let's see where he's at. Right there. Yeah, look at some of these. Come on.
What the fuck?
That one was made by Isham Blade Works. It's a prototype of his new design made by Weck Knives. Nice. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on. Download these pictures, will you?
It's like back in the 90s, travel porn and shit. Like 5Gs right there.
I don't know. Let's see if he's got his website up. Oh, he's got a reality show. Damn, he's coming up in the world. That means his knife price is just doubled. Let's see. Trying to think of who else I always.
Excuse me, lady, I forgot a quarter. It fell inside your shirt.
Because I know there's a few of them that I on here. I know that the other guy I follow, he's from Russia. You would like his knives. Man, what is his name? Something Knife Factory or why doesn't it just show the people that I follow? Right there. I think that's it. Yeah. Come on.
Oh, damn.
He does some good work too. He had one a couple years ago that was, what do you call it? The Decepticon? Man, it was a sharp ass looking knife. Look at this one. Come on. It's almost like Alien.
It looks like you just put it out of the ocean.
Come on.
Oh, shit.
That's badass. Look at that.
I'll use that shit. It looks like acid etching.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's almost like he's like not finishing the entire blade. Like, you know, the raw metal is up here and he's doing the finished metal down through here.
Yeah, at least the natural.
Yeah. Looks like the spinner craze is over there in Russia too.
Yeah, I was playing with one a few days ago. I don't understand it. So this is another hyper. All it does is turn. Make one out of knives.
That'd be cool. Make a spinner with knives on it. Come on. Look at that one.
She went full ham on that one.
Come on. Come on, man. What the hell's taking so long? There we go. Look at that.
Damn. Yep.
That's a knife.
Who's that one guy from Australia?
Ooh. When will the Decepticon 4 be available for purchase? 28 hours. Oh, shit. So it is out. Cool. I mean, look at that. Oh, that's that big one. Hell, it's got a spinner in it. Come on.
Damn, I had you with it fast, huh?
For crying out loud, come on. Here we go. Look at that. That is badass.
That handle though.
Let's take a look at that. Oh my God, come on. Let's take a look at this one. That's that big knife that we saw. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, you can tell how bad my internet sucks tonight.
Dude, that's how mine is once in a while.
He just had a spinner sitting on there, but look how big that freaking knife is.
Look at that fucking screw. If I'm gonna eat my steak with one of those knives. I broke my own knife.
Site address and profile. So let's go to his website. From RussiaWithKnives.com.
Oh yeah, while you're there, might as well stick a Russian bayonet way in there. You know, put it in a box.
Well, let's see if we can find some of those knives we were looking at. Went off Decepticon 1, 1500.
Which one?
This one right here. Maybe you can bring it. Get a better picture of it.
That's a carbon, dude.
Yep, 1500. Do you see what I was talking about?
Yeah.
Deal up here. He's got it polished down here. It's badass.
So is that steel harder or softer than the steel on the knives I get from China?
That's hard to say. I'd say he's only going to use quality steel, so. Hell, even look at his spinners. His spinners are in the $200 to $400 range.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking get it, man. I can't even fucking scroll this shit.
Yeah, like I can get a $4 spinner at the corner store, so that took care of that interest. But I always wonder about Damascus steel. Like, is it just pretty or is it functional?
Well, a lot of guys make knives out of them, so it has to be functional somehow. Look at that.
Fucking knives come out when they fucking start spinning.
Can we get a translation? Anybody? A translation on the turtle?
No, your dick.
That's badass.
There's this guy at the gun shows that I go to, or that I used to go to, that sells these handmade fixed blade Damascus steel knives, hunting knives. And they're really cool. They're, not cheap, but they're, and they're not like expertly finished. I bought one for $1.25, and I was like, yeah, this is something to pack away. Like, I'm never going to use this. But he's there at the gun shows every 3 months or so. I mean, he probably travels with the Crossroads of the West, and but like nice different handle styles too, like some different stag and well, I think I got a buffalo antler or elk antler or some shit like that. It was pretty cool, but yeah, like I would probably take that hunting once, just to say I used it. But yeah, I don't see the Damascus steel like on a knife as a tool. I see it more as just a presentation piece, a conversation piece, whatever. Oh, you're checking out Huck. Yeah, huh, look at that. It looks like he's doing well in Michigan.
Yep. Now this is cool. I didn't know Buck did autos.
Yeah, apparently they've been doing them for a few years, and their website to date has 6 current models. But that is kind of a cool look, huh? The old style with the automatic button right in the middle of it.
Yep. Get one of these customized by Huck, man. That'd be fucking sweet.
Yeah, I think they run about $200. And then,
on the Buck website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to
200-300. Throw another $200-300 on top of that, and then
yeah, I know. And then you got a Glock, right? At that point. Yeah, I'm not that big into the custom knives. And once it gets to 200, 300, and some of these knives are thousands of dollars, I've just kind of scratched my head and just be like, well, I don't necessarily want to rely on a Chinese-made knife, but I can get like a really good American-made knife for $50 or $100 easy, like a really good tool of a knife.
That's cool.
Yeah, I don't know what he just said, but like, and you look at Benchmade. To me, they're the benchmark of American-made knives, and their fixed blades start at $100. So get into it at $100, and it's a knife that's going to last you the rest of your life. And there's several other good companies in the West that make knives. I'm sure there are companies in the Midwest and the East as well. but I live in the West, so those are the knives I've come to be familiar with. $100 is a good benchmark. Get into it. That's what I say.
Nice looking spider cat. I like that pink in there. Why didn't he have that stone when I was buying knives off of him?
Yeah, I don't remember him ever doing Spyderco's. That must be, well, it's kind of a tiny knife. So you must be getting into it. Look at that. He's a real artist for sure.
I was gonna say I know I bought enough off of Huck.
Yeah, he was a regular on these chats for a good while. Almost 6 months, I'm going to guess.
Oh, he's on here longer than that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. But
He's just
When he
extra
did-
busy now.
when he left, he left. You know what I mean? And it's like that from what I've seen. When people check out, they're gone. And he actually logged in to the chat a couple months ago and was like, "Is this where you guys talk about guns?" And like a couple of us called him out. I think it was you and I actually called him out, and then he just checked out again. Yeah, clearly people, most people have something better to do with their lives than to hang out on the internet and talk to random people online. But I like that picture of yours with the Benchmade. So that's a cool custom laser engraving that they did for you.
Yep.
Only 72 likes? Like that should have 1 million likes. I mean,
Yeah, you can see the detail of the spider webs and everything in there.
That's so fucking cool. So what, did you email them that shit or something?
No, I built a custom one on their website, like I
Wow.
just did about a half hour ago, because I just ordered another one.
No shit. They do that on their website. Wow. Is this the 21st century or not?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, it's obviously that easy, but I didn't know any companies were doing it like that.
But yeah, they did a pretty good job on that.
Fucking Benchmade, man. I mean, am I wrong in saying that they are the benchmark in American-made knives?
No, I mean they're great. I will say that. And if I can stand up, I pretty much only paid shipping on that knife.
Yeah, I bought my first Benchmade. I bought at an REI. It was on sale, and it was a strap cutter. It was basically a plastic molded, skeletonized strap cutter with a bottle opener, metal insert, and razor sharp strap cutter insert. And I bought it to put on my climbing harness to cut through tape or webbing or cord. And it's brilliant. It's got like a little spring steel snap link that I just clip onto my harness, and I've got a little piece of Dyneema or cord tied to it as a leash. And like you can't find that for $25 anywhere right now. They make them in yellow and black. And I like apparently REI had bought a bunch of them and weren't selling them. So they put them on sale. Or, back in the day, I guess that was like probably half a dozen years ago I bought the thing. But it's brilliant, and it's lightweight, and it's functional. And I never thought much about Benchmade until I got into knives just recently, and then I started buying a few because they're pricey. The real, if you want a real knife from them, it's kind of pricey. I think I might have bought another strap cutter. I've got the Sock P tool, which is super cool. That's in a vest. And then I bought a blue box, or blue label, whatever it is, just the end of last year. Really sweet. A manual folder. And the one I like the most is the Jungle Bolo, which is like a 1095 foot long like camp knife, and it's just super awesome for batoning wood. It's perfect. It's got its orange handle. It's like totally utilitarian. It's great. And I know it'll last forever as long as they don't whack it in any rocks. It'll work forever. Yeah, Pants was talking about his $10 Walmart knives. Well, you know what you can do with those knives? Is you can just beat them to fuck and throw them in the recycling bin. That's all they're good for.
Yeah, I carry a Walmart, a Walmart knife. I beat the hell out of that every day. That's the one I, more or less carry every day, just so I can beat the hell out of it.
So
in my expensive knives, I keep forgetting, like dress up carry or like a barbecue knife.
Yeah, you know what's a really good steal is CPM 154. That shit is so hard that you will never dull that stuff. But yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like I just got into throwing knives, and so I got a 10-pack from SOG with a rebate, and I already lost one of those. But I was just chucking them out of a stump, and I was able to get them to stick once in a while. But like I took one of them and I just used it at camp for some batoning and then throwing some sparks and stuff, and just used it as like basically a sharp piece of metal, and it was great. It was like, okay, I've got 10 of these or 9 of them now. I can beat these to shit. And it's like no skin off my back, but they don't throw. Excuse me, they don't throw very well. So I just at this last gun show this past weekend, I picked up a 6-pack of like real throwing knives, the kind that are just contoured handle and blade, and they're only $20 for 6 9-inch knives in a sheath, like a foldable sheath with Velcro and like even a belt loop. I was just like, you don't even have to really question the prices at those Chinese knife tables at the gun show. You ask them, and then you give them a $20 bill. And so, yeah, I'm looking to get more into some knife throwing and just trying to practice that discipline. But it's hard finding like a target, because where I go camping is usually kind of barren. And so I either have to find a snag or You know, like I'm trying to get my hands on a round, like a decent thickness round, maybe 4 inches by 12 inches diameter that I can just whip out and throw on the ground and chuck some knives at. But you know, when you look around at wood piles, people aren't cutting the logs that thin, so it's kind of a challenge. Is this your Instagram we're looking at?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to get. I mean, my internet's kind of slow. I'm just trying to get down to the knives I've got off of Huck.
Oh, yeah. I've been doing some painting, and I just painted the ceiling, and I'm kind of waiting for the fumes to clear out a bit before I start on the walls, or else I might just pass out. So I'm doing pretty good here. I got the ventilator kicked onto high, and
Oh, that's nice.
What? Which is nice.
The orange one?
Here?
Yeah, that one.
I don't know. I'm kind of partial to that gold Trans Am.
Come on.
That load time.
Ohio flyers into cars and planes. Huh?
You can skip it if you want.
Come on. I was going to say, you've seen it before, Knives.
You can skip it now. Yeah, skip it.
Come on. Come on. Man, my internet sucks.
I'd say. That's the one thing about living near Silicon Valley. I've got pretty good internet. But yeah, not for long. I'll be moving out, but I think anything like maybe within 500 miles of Silicon Valley is probably pretty good internet.
Hey, Clay, I thought you moved out already.
Yeah, well, it's a process. That's so
Okay.
part of me has already moved. The part that cares about fresh air and freedom, part has already moved out. The part that likes to huff freshly rolled paint fumes is still here. So he's cranking out some work tonight, and he'll be gone soon too as well. But yeah, when you have an investment, you need to kind of follow through. So that's a lesson for all of you out there who are looking to change your situation: is follow through on your investments, follow through on your commitments. It's really not that hard. You just need to dedicate and put your nose to the grindstone and get the job
that one. I
done.
remember that one.
Yeah, I mean, look at Heavy. Look at him. He did it. He did what he had to do, and he's in Arizona now. He's looking at starting a commune for gun owners. I mean, look, that is what we're all looking for, is a better life. Never Enough Ammo is looking to get to Idaho, which is actually more gun friendly than Texas, believe it or not. You know, the West is full of like really ripe gun friendly states. Wyoming was featured on the Daily Gun Show.
That's the one
today.
that I can
Go ahead.
message. Change the things on. It takes 1911 grips. Let's see. Let's see if any more of them came up.
Whoa, so
Sounds
that's a
cool.
file knife with 1911 grips? Holy
Yeah.
shit. That's fucking brilliant.
I remember Hug was showing off this one.
Let's see.
Yeah, file knives are really, really cool. I dig them a lot. I remember learning about them through watching Huck on gun channels, and when I found a broken file under my house, I decided to take the grinder to it and quench it and try and heat treat it and grind it some more. And, you know, I turned it into a very crude knife, but I had no idea, you know, it's kind of a cool
Yeah, I
thing, metalworking. I'm really into it.
Can't believe that's all the pictures that freaking popped up so far.
Is that a horseshoe file?
That is
I don't know.
rasp. There's definitely a rasp for wood or horse's hoofs, or it would be termed a farrier's rasp if it was for horses.
That right there is actually from the Philippines.
A kukri from the Philippines? No shit.
Mhm. Yep, my uncle brought it back when he was in the Air Force.
Wow, that's got to be worth some coin.
Let's see, where's those other ones at?
Yo, is that your FF57?
Come on. Is it what?
Was that your F57?
It's my F2 FNS9s, 2 FNS compacts, the FNX 45 tactical, and then the VS90.
Wow, what on earth were you going for there? Just like, was there some symbolism in that arrangement, or?
Nope. Just getting them all in the pick.
Well, there's definitely some angular
Two more.
intent. You definitely have like
There's
a
two more.
good perception for angles. And what are those?
Yeah, there's
what are
two
those
more of
knives,
those knives.
with like the scalloped grips, the scalloped scales?
Oh, knives too. Oh, knives too.
What are they? Who?
That's two more. I said that's two more of Huck's knives.
Oh, really? So there they are. Yeah, one of them has really aggressively scalloped scales. Wow, and those are G10.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. I've never seen anything like that on the scale.
It's,
Oh, you bought those from him?
come on.
Wow.
Yeah. Come on.
Look at those
pictures.
clouds. Is that a thunderstorm?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Look at that! Look at that engine. The orange air filter. Wow, it's like it's shaped like a tire. Oh, that is the historic Roadrunner, isn't it? Wow. These are good pictures. I need to subscribe to you.
Where's the other ones at? Come on.
Does that motorcycle ever see the street?
Yeah, I had it out the other night.
Nice.
I need to tune it up though. It was popping and cracking like crazy. It's,
Yeah, we get those guys come around here like this time of year, you know, when the weather gets good, they come out with their Harleys that haven't seen the light of day in 6 months, and they're just all like and then they just rev them all to hell for some unknown reason, and it's just like it's like what are you doing to that poor machine?
There's another one. That's the one I got my dad for Father's Day. Come on. There we go.
That's the cool one with those are they bolsters that are like have the diagonal
Starboard. Yeah.
What are they called? Starburst. Yeah, the Starburst on the bolster. He's really good with that.
Yeah, as Arctic says, loud pipes save lives.
Well, loud is one thing, like completely like prostituted is another thing. Like you can only rev a V-twin so high before you're destroying it. Like that's all I want to tell these people.
Nah. There's another knife that I got off of him. Another file one. There's another one. That one's got copper scales on it.
Wow, you've got like an entire Huck Ghost Town collection here.
Yeah, there was only a couple of those file knives that he sold to other people because I kept buying them all. I don't know if that was all of them or not.
I still like that final one.
Well, the past 10 I've showed you is fine. See?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's worth hundreds of dollars to a collector. because they know how many hours it took to put into that, and they know it was done in this country. You do some simple arithmetic.
Yeah, I think that's all the file knives I've got off of him. But if you think Loud Pipes is, you should see me coming down.
What's up, Harry?
Can't hear. If you can't hear me coming down the road, you'll see me coming down the road.
Yeah, I don't mind visual pollution. It's the noise pollution. It just rattles my soul. Like, you guess what? You know what? Mufflers were designed for machines like yours. What is the big deal with having a muffler on a motor vehicle? That's what I gotta ask.
I was gonna say I don't have any mufflers.
What's a muffler?
I've got straight pipes on mine.
Yeah, like how do you not get arrested? You must not ride that very often because, like, any cop you pass by is just going to want to pull you over.
Nope, not even with my lights on. Come on.
You know what's funny is Smeggy hasn't been able to show up for the Daily Gun Show or Hit or Miss, but he's hanging out here listening to the lobby.
Well,
I'd like to see him.
he had
I'd
to
like to
work.
see him jump in. Well, you know what? It's time he jumps in and says hello to us all and apologizes for not being able to be a part of our community today.
She was on here last night.
Yep, some of us have to work for a living. I know how he feels. I was working 12-hour shifts all week last week.
Actually, I hate to say it, but both the Daily Gun Show and Hit or Miss went really well tonight. Even when Dano flubbed the hot shot call out, Bob was right there to pick up the slack, and I think he might have broken at least a few vocal cords in the process. It was really not bad. It was not bad. It was really quite good, actually. I'll give Bob that much. Today's Daily Gun Show was quite good. They got hung up on education a little bit, but it was really quite good and helped me paint. And I've got more painting to do. So if Smeggy could jump in here and entertain me for a while, I'm going to have to go paint. And look at the lights on that. What is that, all LED? So here's a simple question. If you're like running those lights while you're riding the bike, does that distract you at all?
Nope. I don't even see him. I see a glow on the road, and that's about it. I'm not supposed to have them flashing or strobing or whatever when I'm riding, but nobody ever says anything.
So how does that work? What pattern do you have it set up for? Is it like a 1 second interval between colors?
Oh, I can set it up anything I want. I can set it up to strobe through colors. I can set it up to like into colors.
Oh, okay, that would probably be less obnoxious, but and that's really just for when it's parked, I imagine.
Now I can have them on when I'm driving.
Well, yeah, but I mean the intent of that idea isn't.
No,
I mean,
the intent that they came up that they invented those for was to have it on when you're driving, so that people can see you.
and I understand. Yeah, well, it makes sense. Have you ever been to any of the big shows, Sturgis or Daytona?
Nah, I've always been working when those are going on.
Wow, is that on your bucket list?
I mean, I've been to the Easy Rider down here, so Easy Rider Rodeo. So
Yeah, but I mean, how does that compare to putting your bike on a trailer and towing it halfway across the country and hanging out with a bunch of other rowdy Harley guys?
yeah, it's no different than what this is down here. So just larger. That's all it is.
Yeah, I've never had a Harley. I'd like to get one. That's one of the things on my bucket list, and my bucket list isn't very long. So it's definitely one of the top on the list.
I
And
mean, I've been down to Daytona before. I've been at the Boot Hill Saloon. I rode on the beach because down there you can ride on the beach.
So, but you've been there, but not with your bike.
Well, I mean, I've been on a bike, just not that one.
Oh, right. How many Harleys do you have?
Just the one now. I mean,
Oh.
I've had others.
Yeah, I mean, like, I wonder how many Harleys a guy can have before it becomes an obsession, right? It's like the gun control argument. Like, if you're doing nothing but polishing the tank on your
I
Harley,
don't know. I know a guy that has quite a few of them actually. He's got one with Elvis Presley murals all over it. I mean, he's got actual 50s microphones for the front and rear turn signals. I mean, he's got this thing decked out. He took wheels and had guitars water jetted out of the center of them. So he's got like guitars cut out of the wheels. He's done the same thing with the sprockets, all kinds of stuff. He's got it set up real nice. Then he's got a, was it Wizard of Oz bike that he
those just must
did
be
up.
really hard to clean. That must be a part-time job.
Just don't get them dirty.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. It's like buy a really nice Harley and then just kind of find a place and put it there, and put a cover over it, whatnot. Ride it once a year. Just like because they're so expensive and they're not really. I mean, maybe they are, but I don't see them as being very practical. But they might be fun. I don't know. Like I said, I've only ever rode Japanese bikes. I've had a handful of those, and I've crashed one of them. And
My old Harley, I used to ride it to work all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you live close enough, like that's totally, it's smart actually. If if the weather's good. But there's a lot of maintenance that goes into bikes. Like I was just mentioning, cleaning. If you've got a chain, you got to maintain that. And I don't. Yeah, I mean the Harleys that I'm looking at are like big ass fucking heavy, Milwaukee iron type bikes that I'm going to roll into a place. I'm going to throw the kickstand down. I'm going to park it. I'm going to go like have a burger and a beer, and then I'm going to go ride it home. That's it. That's all the action that thing's getting. So, like these guys I see out on the road that are touring with these big ass fucking hogs. It's just like, man, if you guys just got together and got into a regular car, you'd have the same gas mileage and be able to, be comfortable, like a lot more comfortable. But there is something about being out on the open road that you just can't quantify. If you're talking to somebody who's never ridden a motorcycle before, it's like trying to translate the hieroglyphics on the pyramids.
Hold on a second. I need to give them water. Okay.
So here's an interesting question. I've got a motorcycle endorsement in the state that I live in, but I'm moving to another state. And when I get a driver's license in the new state, does that motorcycle endorsement transfer over, or do I have to take their...
No, it transfers. You got to make sure that they transfer it, though.
So that regardless of what state it is, it's an automatic transfer, but I kind of have to double check on the process.
Right. Like back when I moved to Florida and I got a license down there, they screwed up and didn't put my endorsement on there. And I turned around from the counter and said, hey, you didn't put my endorsement on here. So they had to make me another license.
Oh, that must have been fun. Yeah, and any disagreements you have at a DMV counter are guaranteed to be worth your while. That's been my experience.
But yeah, they just took the license back and just redid it and put my endorsement on there. So
Well, cool. Yeah, I'll probably have to make a note of that to them before they process the paperwork or computer work or whatever they're doing now with the DMV. But
then when I moved back to Ohio, I had to make sure that they put my endorsement on there.
and that's the way it should be. Here's a good example, folks, of how a motorcycle endorsement on a driver's license could be very much so like a concealed carry firearms license endorsement on a driver's license. You do it one time and you show that you can navigate the course one time, and it's good for the rest of your life until you become old and feeble, perhaps. But yeah.
I was going to say they can take your driver's license away. I wouldn't want that.
Okay. Well, there's a little bit of adjustment to, if in fact the Second Amendment community agrees that qualification is acceptable, we we really shouldn't have to do it every 5 years, is all I'm saying. Like, you show you can shoot straight one time, and that's as good as anything in my book. I don't know why I have to go back every 5 years, take the same class, do the same qualification. I mean, okay, like maybe it's more.
Well, I don't have to take the same class. All I do is just give them the money, and they just give me a renewal.
And that's
renewal
great.
Card.
That's the way it should be in every state, but it isn't. Like the state that Harry is in, we just left, in Oregon, like they're almost as strict as California, probably because they're right next to California. But everybody from California moves to Oregon, but it's like to get an Oregon license is not nearly as attainable as getting a Washington license or getting a Nevada license or getting a Utah license. They've got some roadblocks up where you've got to talk to your local sheriff, and you need to take a special class. Anyways, I'm really just like, that really frustrates me to no end, to see that from state to state to state to state, it's different and it's weird and there's complicated and it's bureaucratic. And I wish it was just something simple, like, okay, here's a gun. Do you know what the trigger is? Do you know what the magazine is? Okay, here's a target. Can you shoot the target? Okay, good. Here's a license. We're going to give this license to you for $100. It's good everywhere in the country. And you got to renew it every 10 years, just like your driver's license. And fingerprints, what the fuck? Okay. You want my fingerprints? It's fine. But I don't really think that fingerprints make the difference. They seem to be really beholden to fingerprints as being like, we're going to make sure you stay a good guy with this gun and you're not going to turn onto the dark side. I think it's ridiculous, fingerprinting. For anything, for any kind of license, I think fingerprinting is ridiculous. So just to give you an idea, I got a contractor's license, and I had to take a test. and fill out an application, but I also had to go get a fingerprinting live scan thing done. And I was like, okay, what the fuck does this prove? You're gonna have my fingerprints on file, you know? I've got a license to build shit. What is the fingerprints? Are you gonna be able to track me down? Because who is keeping track of my fingerprints? That's what I want to know. It was almost like one of those psychological requirements, like you got to go spend money to get your fingerprints. So that makes you think that you're going to be more trustworthy or some shit. I don't know if like this army of people, you know, scanning fingerprints or lifting fingerprints to prove people guilty for what? You know, these days it's all about cameras, facial identification. It's all about license plate identification. Things are done on the street these days. They're not done by techs in a lab trying to match up dips and
The fingerprints are there for make sure it's you that is filing. Not trying to get a license under somebody else's identity.
well, it would be great if the IRS had that. Apparently the IRS had some issues with a lot of people filing fraudulently. So they don't, you know, if they are receiving money, I guess they don't care. But yeah, it's just one of those things that surprised me because I had a different license that I got before the contractor's license, and I didn't have to provide fingerprints for that. And I was all of a sudden, as soon as I got a contractor's license, I'm having to jump through hoops and get a bond and this and that. And like all of a sudden, I'm just assumed to be a criminal because I want a contractor's license. Yeah, it's weird. Like, you know what? The criminals who want to do contracting work aren't going to get a license, because you put all of these hoops in front of them and they don't know how to jump through them. And B, it costs money. So that doesn't work for you so well. But it makes them feel good. It's totally analogous to the whole firearms thing. You know, register your firearm, get a FOID card, get a registry, get a 3-day waiting period. You just layer it on and on and on. The universal background checks will keep us all safe. If everybody gets a background check, there's no way any illegal gun can get on the streets. You know, it's words, it's empty concepts. You can't regulate crime. You cannot regulate crime. Never. In the history of the world, has anyone been able to regulate crime? You know, that's one good thing about picking up your brass at a range. Like if there was some criminal on the range that day, they could pick up your brass and throw it at a crime scene. Yeah, I know this has never happened. I hate to publicize the concept, but when I go to a range and like people leave a whole bunch of brass, I'm picking it up with my bare hands. I'm just like, this is somebody else's brass, and they didn't care. They just left their fingerprints on it. It's kind of cool that we have that camaraderie in the community. It's just like, hey, you know, you want the brass, take it. I'm not gonna, listen, criminals aren't that smart. They're just not. So I can only imagine what they're going to do is load their magazines with gloves and, let the brass fly. That's all I can imagine they're going to do. But it's just sad that we have criminals to begin with. Like, why? I mean, why? It's savage. That's the thing that kills me. It's just so fucking savage. They shouldn't even, they're like not, anybody who acts that way criminally is just not evolved into a human, in my perspective. Savage. So what, do you have some time off here, Pink?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on vacation again.
Well, that's awesome. Summer vacation, and you're going up to TriggerCon in a month, right?
Yeah.
Man, you're going to love the Pacific Northwest in the summer. Have you been?
Nope. Las Vegas was the first time I was west of the Mississippi, so.
Wow. Oh, yeah. In my opinion, July is the only time to visit Seattle. And that's coming from someone who's only ever visited Seattle in July. So take that with a grain of salt. But yeah, it was nice. I mean, it was pleasant. I'll say it was pleasant. And if I were you, I'd reserve some extra time to hop on a ferry and do a little exploring.
Well, I know we're going to have a busy schedule, so.
So you're going to be like what, in a convention hall or at a range?
I think the first day it's going to be at a range, then next 3 days is going to be in the convention hall.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, where exactly is it?
Tacoma.
Oh, wow, that's right near the airport. That's at the south end of the Sound. Yeah, it's not very scenic. Although I did go to a place before a flight. There's some coastal area there. That's not too far from the airport. You can check out public access and whatnot. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I would love to move there, but it's basically just another city. It's another urban megaplex. That is the problem I have with Seattle is it's really wet. I'm not like big on dampness. I mean,
yeah, I know we're probably gonna be visiting the Nike warehouse.
Man, there's a lot of cool companies in Seattle, like a lot of fucking cool companies. And from my perspective, like Nike isn't one of them, but there's there's some like mountain oriented companies that are up there, like Mountain Safety Research, MSR. They're and they do some really cool stuff for outdoor stuff.
Now, considering Marco has tens of thousands of dollars in Nikes,
That's crazy. It's crazy. All assembled by teenage Chinese kids. Oh man, I feel horrified. I had that much sweat labor on my hands or my feet. This example. So what is Nike headquartered in Seattle? I didn't know that.
I don't know which town it is, but
Well, Microsoft is up there in Bellevue, and Boeing is up there. And there's some other companies. There's lots of companies that are up there. I think SOG is actually up there too. Yeah, I learned that from a Nut and Fancy video. But yeah, there's a bunch of like knife companies that down south in the Oregon Seattle border.
well, I know Benchmade's up there, so.
Is Benchmade in Oregon or?
Mhm.
I don't know. I just think of CRKT as the epicenter of the Northwest knife making community, and Columbia River. I just think of the Columbia River. But yeah, Washington isn't all that big. So there's a lot of cool companies that have started in Washington. There's another company that was out in Spokane, SMC. I forget what that stands for. They did a lot of climbing gear. And Metolius, I think, came out of Bend, Oregon. And there's just so many companies, knives, climbing. Like, because there's giant mountains up there. I mean, that's where the mountains are. And, Hood, Rainier, and then you hop on a ferry and you're up at Denali in a day or so. And you got the Canadian Rockies, stone's throw away. Yeah, cool.
They're in Oregon City.
Oregon City, that's really nondescript, isn't it?
You've got 144,000 square feet up there.
144. That's like a square. It's like 1,200. No, it's like 120 by 120. Okay. It's fairly compact. How many square feet?
144,000.
144,000. That's like 1,200 by 1,200. That's sizable. Yeah. Mm, mm.
Yeah, because I had the option of picking my knife up at their factory if I wanted to.
Okay, 140,000 square root. Oh, wait a second. Square root 140,000. 374 by 374. I don't know what I was thinking. Apparently math isn't my strong suit. 375 feet by 375 feet. 140,000. Still a good size. It's like what? A city block? Close to a city block. Yeah. Sure. That's easily a city block. Yeah, I mean, it is cool that like a lot of these companies have a storefront that you can go in and check out. And there's not just Benchmade, but there's CRKT, and there's a bunch of other really cool high-tech stuff for outdoors and camping. And it's all right there. I mean, that's the Mecca. There's the Olympic Peninsula. It's like the only rainforest in the continental United States. Yeah, that's huge. And you won't be going there, but it's like a place for backpackers and campers and explorers and whatnot. It's like real rainforest. You know, it rains a lot there. It's like fucking Ireland. Yeah, Grant is saying it's 3.3 acres. All right. Well, I can see Smeggy still out there. Between Smeggy, Durand, and the Pants, we're holding down the fort here. So, I'm thinking I need to huff some more paint and get these walls sealed with primer. And then have some dinner and go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going to post a link again. I'm going to go ahead and lay down myself because I'm thinking about going to a museum tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? What kind of museum?
Military museum.
Do they have any new exhibits?
Let me look here. Darn it. Damn Google. Let's see. They've got a 1976 exhibit or a 1776 exhibit,
Wow.
a Civil War exhibit, World War I exhibit, a World War II exhibit, a Korean War exhibit, Vietnam War exhibit, Desert Storm, a NASA exhibit. They've got an exhibit with medals, a POW exhibit. They've got 3 other exhibits for airmen. They've got a Tuskegee Airmen exhibit, and they've got a 9/11 exhibit.
Have you been to this museum before?
Nope.
Oh. So it's pretty close to you.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
That's cool. There's museums like where I am that I haven't been to before either, and I've been here 15 years. But they're not like military museums. They're just, anyways, that should be fun. I hope you have a good time.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be taking a lot of pictures.
Yeah, you've got a real knack for different, like not your typical perspective photograph, but like a really intriguing angle type.
Yeah, they should have plenty of windbreakers up there for me to take pictures of. So
The only issue at museums is that sometimes they don't want you to take pictures with flash. And then there's also the glass that is reflective and challenging sometimes. A couple of years ago, I went to Safari Park in Southern California with my sister's family, and there's like all kinds of wild animals from all over the world in these enclosures, and taking all these pictures, and then I was like, this is cool. And then I got back and I looked at the pictures. I'm like, oh shit, I had my polarizing filter on the whole time, and so it was too it was probably too dark for most of them.
yeah,
It's like, wow, it's like just because I'm used to taking landscape photography, so just one of those things. You got to be on your ball, or you're I guess with your phone it's pretty simple. I mean, the phones are pretty simple, stupid. Like you can change the focus area and stuff, but it's pretty good. I like the phone. It's pretty good. The only thing I haven't been having a lot of success with the phone is the macro close-up kind of stuff. Like, I don't even think there's a setting on my phone for the macro. And so, like, you can only get so close before it just flares out.
that's pretty neat. Looks like Ladder 18 was shipped up to this museum from the New York City Fire Department.
So that's a whole rig?
Yeah, or what's left of it.
No shit. So you're saying there's a wrecked rig from 9/11 at this museum?
Yeah, it looks like they got quite a few vehicles from up there.
Wow, wow. I've seen like the bent steel. Like I've seen that get shipped around to different parts of the country. Bent columns. I don't think I've seen anything like a crushed rig. Because I imagine the roof dropped right at the base of that thing. Wow, what a mess that must have been to clean up. I haven't even researched any of that. I remember seeing it fall and just being like, oh my God, that's toxic. That whole thing is like within 10 city blocks is just a toxic waste area. Because
It
of
looks
all
like
these
they got
vectors.
some crushed police SUVs and all kinds of stuff there.
That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, so that's one of the other things on my bucket list. In addition to buying and riding a Harley, is to visit the 9/11 memorial in New York City. To visit the Twin Towers site. That's on my list.
Yeah, looks like Looks like none of the engine company's 18's engine company 18's crew were killed because they used the truck as shields.
Holy shit. That's going to be an awesome story to read about. That's crazy. Like they must have been on the outskirts or God damn. Like I can't even imagine the stories that came out of that thing. Like I almost want to ignore them all, but
The
like
truck was at the base of the second tower when it collapsed. Fire crews hid under it to protect themselves from the falling debris.
wow, that's crazy. Like I remember, I'll never forget that waking up that morning and my girlfriend telling me, "Oh, some planes hit the Twin Towers," being like, "What?" and like just gluing my eyeballs to the TV screen for the rest of the day. I didn't go to work.
Actually, I was at work. I was watching it live.
No, I didn't go to work that day. No
See, I worked
fucking
third
way.
shift.
Yeah, I was like traumatized basically by just watching the videos over and over and over again. But it was crazy because I watched it unfold, you know, in real life and like in this modern age we live in, it's what it is. You have a TV, and I you know I saw the building smoldering. I'm like, those buildings are going to collapse. There's no way that those buildings are going to stand for much longer. And like just crazy to like see, you know, see life in real action and just to know like, hey, that's just craziness like in real time and is going to destroy our country. I basically said that they're trying to destroy our country, turn it to sand, and that's what's happened. But like you know, we've really done well since then. I've got to say, we've done really really well since 9/11. We really stepped up to the plate. No thanks, no thanks in part to our last president, but much thanks in part to George W. and our current president, and we'll continue to do well. But that'll be cool to see. I mean, not cool, but like interesting, cool to see that in Ohio. Hey, what's up, Edge?
I like guns.
What's happening in Texas?
Well, I went to the Kickapoo Casino and pissed. I got butt naked and put a headrest on and went down to the casino floor, started playing the slots, and I got kicked out for some mysterious reason.
Maybe they thought you were appropriating their culture.
Exactly. Even though I am a quarter engine. And as I was kicked out of the casino, I told him, you ain't shit.
Well, I'm going to post a link again. I'm going to hop out so I can get some sleep. So,
Thanks, Pink.
yep. I'll talk to you guys later.
Man, it's here. Hell, what's going on? I was quiet about it. Like, but naked.
Whatever happened to Nathan?
That's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he took a little bit of a hiatus, and then he was back on, you know, for Never Enough and Hit or Miss. Like he was on once in a while, and then he just kind of dropped out not so long ago.
He took off several times. Well, he's handling the business. I don't know. I'm actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking with Pink about how people drop out of gun channels. We were talking about Hawk at Ghost Town Custom, like how he pretty much just dropped out. And like Pink was showing a bunch of his knives, you know, like the guy moved and he came into a whole new environment. He's doing well, he's prospering, but he just dropped out of gun channels, you know.
That dude turned into a fucking social turd. I'll tell you about him. He got all fucking uppity about, you know, this and that, and you know, the whole gay agenda stuff and this and that. And he got all buttered about all kinds of shit, and he got all sensitive again. Like, okay, you know.
Wait a second. Did you offend him with some sexist, sexual orientation remark?
I asked him to marry me, and he got upset. And he got completely buttered. No, it was all about that post shit, and he was like, oh, this and that. If I remember that before that, something even before that, he was like, yeah, I'm sorry, buddy, I'm not the popular socialist kind of shit. Or just in general, I don't give a fuck. I'm me, and I say what I want on Facebook, and if it troubles you that hard, you know, you block me, have at it. Not to take anything away from his craftsmanship, the man is a fucking master. Nice in my opinion. The man can do some great work, and I will never discount what he does for the craft. He is really good.
He is a genius.
But as far as everything else, you know, it happened. I'm really, yeah, that's kind of shit. And now we're past that. He's a great knifesmith and a well talented man.
Yeah, it was interesting talking with Pink about. I was just kind of reminiscing about the people who've dropped out. You know, some of them they just drop out. And once you drop out, like you don't come back. Like you may come back once or twice. Like I've seen Beager come back once or twice, and I've definitely seen one Bad Marine came back and chatted for a bit. But like those guys, they're not coming back. They're gone, you know? They're gone for all time, and it's fine. Like, I get it. I want to drop out too, but for some reason, I just keep on getting sucked back in time after time. What's up with that?
Well, here's the deal. I mean, the crowd changes, you know? There's some people at Two-Edge and some mainstays that stay there, but some of the crowd changes. And, you know, there's some people that did it so long, and like I'm one of those guys that's tied in, you know, with all people you mentioned earlier at one point or another. That just get like, okay, so what am I doing anymore? How relevant am I anymore? And what's the point of doing this shit? Especially the expenditure of giving your time away. No, it's like whatever. The only reason I do it is people told me they want to hear it, and I respect that. So I give them my time on Fridays. The only reason I've done the last 2 weeks is because before they had every second marriage chat that was going on that kind of, you know, took in that time slot. And last weekend I was at a casino on Friday night. But you know, some people go and we come and it's all right. I'll be around. I'm not going to be, you know, staple of the Jan Fun meets, but I'll be around every now and then.
Well, that's cool. I'm glad you're going to stick around because you're definitely one of the more entertaining members. So you've been a little busy, huh? Have you seen Mayor Fugly Cool lately?
Not recently. I probably would see him several months, maybe at the Texas Horn Festival if I decide to go. Still kind of
Oh, is that coming up?
in October.
Oh, that's why he's off. Okay.
But I see him. I mean, if I go to the gun show, he's always there. He runs a table where he cleans guns, and that's what he loves to do. Offers a service. Smart guy.
He seems like a really fun guy.
He's opinionated, but a very well-rounded gentleman that knows his shit and has passion for firearms and knives and outdoors.
Yeah, I love the fact that I love the guys who are into knives. You know, they've got like a whole different perspective where it's like it's like truly an inanimate object that's just meant to be used, and it's a different perspective. Like the guys who are into knives aren't so much that into guns.
Well, knives aren't necessarily cheaper than guns if you're really into knives, you know. You want to get into it. I mean,
Yeah.
It's like me. If I buy a really expensive pair of boots, I'm gonna wear them out. So like those are like when you go all dressed out and you go dressed out. If I buy a really expensive knife that costs like $2,000 or handmade this and that, do you really think I'm gonna be fucking chopping the fuck out of it unless this was given to me for free to do it and busting it up to do a review on it? No, I'm not gonna spend $2,000 or $800 on a pocket folder to sit there and show you, hey, let me beat this fucker up. Unless I got the kind of cash. I'm not that guy from, I don't know, he changed his name to the guy from that blows up shit all the time. Ryan, what's his new channel name? With the wolf, wolf something.
Off the ranch.
No, the guy who blows up shit all the time. He blew up his fucking house.
So
the guy who jumps out of a plane.
You've met that Off the Ranch guy, right? He's in Texas.
I met him once last time at the Fire Festival before we met. I met him at the hotel. I dumb luck. I ran into him, man. I was cool and collective. I didn't like a lot of people were like, oh my god, it's Matt. I'm like, hey man. And I saw him reading a book too, so I was like, hey, he's kind of into it. I'm not gonna buzz him that hard. Hey man, hey, how you doing? That much right? Yeah. I'm heading to Texas Orange, so heading there too. Yeah, all right, cool. That's where the Lamborghini came from. Is a buddy's Lamborghini we had out there, and I'm like, oh, cool. So, do you see out there? Yeah, cool. What's that? And all right, well, it's round 6 on local Texas as well, San Antonio. So, hope to see you out there. I never caught him, but yeah.
Well, he's big in the YouTubes. I mean, he's big time.
Oh yeah, that is a big following. It's all 3 of his channels.
He's got 3 channels now?
Yes. Vet Ranch, Off the Ranch, and Demolition Ranch.
Wow, I kind of lost track when he went off the ranch. But I'm not like a big fan of that style of video where like the guy holds the camera in front of his face kind of thing, or just like tries to shock you with blowing shit up. But
well, that's the guy, right, Reynolds. I mean, it's called something Wolf Down that he does. The other dude, he's from California, somewhere out there, where he's at. Ryan Reynolds. He's what hell's his name? He's that channel that's. I mean, that's the guy that like blows up shit and has like 10 cameras on it. And
Teo Flatermouse?
No, not him. That's a great channel. But this
yeah,
dude
I'm getting more into the intellectual channels, the guys who are like really about science, and they perform their activities as a science experiment. And Teo Flatermouse is one of them.
I measure my flatulence when I'm on my chat.
I mean, it's one thing just to blow shit up and be like, oh, that's really cool. And it's another thing to, destroy shit and be like, wow, this is why, and it's scientific, and be careful.
Well, I mean, Taylor Ralph does a bunch of really high-end price videos he's in the past, but his glory that really recently that I love is they shooting the basic shotgun. I mean, that's how Matt got started from Demolition Ranch. He used a shotgun, and just did all kinds of shit with one simple shotgun, doing all kinds of videos,
That's right.
and man, that's all gravy, dude. I mean, for him, I mean, me, I can't do that because I don't have the ranch, first of all. But hey, man, I'll take anything away from those people. They're doing they get a lot of views, they get a lot of attention, and they're doing well.
Yeah, that seems to be the formula. It's like have a gun, have a range, put your face in front of the camera, talk a bunch of shit, and blow stuff up.
And when you have any of them, their 13-year-old daughter knock a target down at 30 yards, at 30 yards with consistency, no, I'll kiss my ass.
A lot of people say they don't like range videos, but I actually do like the range videos. I want to see how the gun recoils. I want to see the impact on the target. I want to see how accurate they are. And that's one of the things I loved about gun websites videos is that he would just go to the range and he would just like talk to some guy who was shooting there and be like, oh, let me do a video and like, this gun and throw the camera's lens behind the sights. And it was almost like a first-person shooting experience. And I really like that kind of like rough, behind-the-scenes type video. And there aren't really there's really nobody doing that kind of stuff.
Well, it should have played out by some people. Like I used to talk to Jack Daddy back in the day. Well, desktop reviews are way in the past. You do active reviews. I started working on that a little bit. That's my tradition for my holster reviews. You're watching from me talking about the holster to while I'm actually showing it, I'm wearing it, and drawing, and so on. And I got a lot of input from people. Some people tell me like, "Hey, I like it at the time. It's kind of big." I lost a lot of weight since then. They're like, "Hey, you're a big guy like me, so you can wear a holster. I can wear it." And I was like, "Cool." So I'm also a pretty big guy, and if he can wear it, I can wear it. Yeah, by all means. I lost weight since then, so I'm down to 240 pounds. So I'm like, well, I'm not that big anymore, but I'm not small either. But I can do it. If people like that shit, a lot of people that are into guns that aren't, fit, whatnot, they want to see reviews of people shooting guns and holsters and whatnot that they can relate to, instead of some guy who's completely like cut, who's ripped, and taking away anybody who does that. And I'm like, yeah, you're in the same category as me.
Yeah, pretty much right now on YouTube, my hero is this guy who's out of Washington that he's got a lot of military and training background, and he basically just like comes up with viewer comment suggested videos, and he tests a lot of different theories and presents it really well in his videos. His name is Paul Harrell, and he just like, man, he puts a lot of effort into his videos, and they're really factual and really informative, and also relatively entertaining. He's got like a really dorky sense of humor, and it comes off really well because he's just a a total gun nut, but he has like these preconceptions of what self-defense is supposed to be, and what he mostly does pistol stuff, which is cool because I'm mostly into handguns. But he's got a background in the military, and he's a marksman. And his tagline is, "Don't try this home. Don't try this at home. I'm what you call an expert." It's just kind of funny, he's being serious, and yet at the same time he's joking around. Like, you know what? Firearms aren't something to be toyed with.
Yes, sir.
Don't try this at home. I'm what you call an expert. So, are you jealous of never enough ammo escaping to the Great White North?
No, they could have him. Did he say he's going to finally move to Wyoming or whatever you say about?
Idaho?
I don't. Is he finally going to move?
Yeah.
Good for him. I had rare speak on.
Idaho is a beautiful state. Have you ever been?
No, sir. I'm raised in Texas, die in Texas.
Well, if you're going to be a Texan, that's the only way to go.
I ain't gonna be no Yankee. I'm pretty sure there were no Yankees in Idaho during the Civil War. But what do I know? Texas, I'm missing.
Well, I mean, it's good. It's good that you have an identity. It's good that you have a culture. But
I'll be right back.
what's bad is that Texas is one of the prime locations for immigrant Californians because of economic reasons. And that's not boding well for your freedom, because Californians gave up their freedom long ago. So it's only a matter of time. I mean, I love that Texas has been proactive in reducing concealed carry permit fees and progressing towards constitutional carry. But yeah, I worry. I worry about the influence that California will have on it. Texas is robust. Let's give it that. It'll probably stay a free state for a long time. I'm pretty sure Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming will remain a free state for a long time, like a really long, for all intents practical purposes, time. The real question is, when will the United States annex Canada? I know Puerto Rico wants to become the 51st state,
Fuck them. You know,
but
so
I think Canada
You're telling me
is in
Matt
line.
has definitely engaged that he's going to go to Iowa or Idaho?
Idaho, not Iowa, please, no, not Iowa. Beautiful place, I'm sure, but not for Matt.
So he said he's going to go for sure?
Yeah, I think they got a job lined up and everything. I don't know what they're waiting for exactly, but you know, it's a process.
Bon voyage, my friend. Tech safe for everybody. He's a little bit older than Matt, but born and raised, 76.
I mean, is that a birthright for you to live in Texas the rest of your life?
Well, hold your own.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the psychology here. I grew up in a place in the Northeast where a lot of people stay and they live.
No.
And they protect it like their own, like it's part of their culture. I'm not sure exactly what.
Well,
But
here's the deal. Here's the deal. The thing with people, myself as a Texan, growing up, native born, 41 years old this coming year, is that it's something that you belong to, and it's different. You have an awesome state flag, a badass state flag, even unlike either fairy flag that crosses any other state. But on top of that, you have your pride. It's what I'm saying. Texas don't talk shit. They just get it done. And he's from the North area originally, the North Texas area. I'm from South. It's a whole different area. And South Texas is very proud of the heritage. And I imagine he is one point, but it's not to the point that I'm sorry, I'm gonna go leave. The only reason I'm gonna leave the state is that I get paid serious cash. We're talking of six figures. You're gonna have to pay me 6 figures to leave the bad boy.
well, I mean,
I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna leave for some fucking $40,000 gig. That does that. That puts me in jeopardy. On having to get a second state tax and all the other kinds of shit all the other states have. And I'm not that familiar with where he's going. If they have that, I imagine he's already figured it all out. But yeah, Plus,
Yeah,
Matt, no, and everything, man, understand. He married a Hispanic woman. He's gonna move her, and he's gonna move her all the way over there. She's always gonna come back home all the fucking time unless they've had some broke up in the family. He's gonna drive her all the way back home all the fucking time to meet with the family for all kinds of shit. Father's Day, Mother's Day, all that kinds of shit. And he's not gonna go away with that. We could just do more hard. Not necessarily.
Yeah, it's funny. I hadn't even thought about that, but you're dead on right.
No, she's gonna be like, "Oh, sorry, I want to go see my mom." Well, go see her. All right. Well, you come with me, bitch. You're driving. All right. Well, good luck with that. And like, yeah, he's all there. He is driving with a popsicle's mouth. I'm sorry. He's the one who married a Hispanic woman. I've been married to two of them. You know, he's the master doing it, but that's the way it works out. They're gonna always see the mom and their daddy, and nobody's gonna keep.
He's very family oriented.
And then they might drive up once every like 5 or 6 years to see how you're doing, and they expect you to and stay at your house for free and shit. But they're gonna expect your ass every fucking Mother's Day, Father's Day, and all kinds of shit over there, and dealing with them, and you're going to drive your talking fucking that's at least 15 hour drive.
Yeah, I visited some family in East Texas. Tyler, Texas. I'm sure you've heard of that.
I know Tyler.
And yeah, it's interesting. Like, it was very family oriented, and it was very like Texas. And I don't think I could live there, but it's an interesting concept. Like, Texas is just a very interesting concept. I think everybody should travel there and visit there and experience that. And like, it almost should be a requirement as a United States citizen to visit Texas. Why not? It's huge.
The largest state in the continental States. It triumphs if you replace it in other countries. You put Texas in the heart like Europe. It covers like 4 countries. It entangles in. It's ridiculous. And I'm not talking shit like I'm bragging about it. I'm just giving people perspective. I remember working with one dickhead that I worked for. He was like, "Hey, you're in San Antonio. Yeah. Can you get to Grandview by 8 o'clock?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's like fucking 8 hours away, right?" He's like,
I've heard you tell this story before.
Yeah, he's in Connecticut, and I'm like, "Yeah, dickhead. Texas is a big ass state." San Antonio is the second largest city in Texas. It's the 7th largest city in the United States. Yeah.
Yeah, people don't even understand it until you're there and you're on a freeway and you're just like driving for half an hour.
That's what Bob was saying. San Antonio traffic is so horrible. Bob, it's like the 7th largest city in the United States. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have a little traffic, Bob. We're going to have a little traffic. Wait till you get to Austin.
It's the epitome of a megalopolis. Like San Antonio or Houston or Dallas. Pick any one of them. That is the epitome. Atlanta is there. I know, I've been there.
If you San Antonio, like other cities like Dallas, Fort Worth, where you're in Dallas area, in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Arlington, and fucking Denton County, it's all considered like one little whole area where they pretty much sum it all up. Same with Houston, and sum it all up. No, San Antonio. There's one city. There are little cities on the edges of it, but it's not considered San Antonio at all.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like just a huge megapolis, whether it's urban or suburban. It, it never ends until you get out into the rural areas. Like when I was in Tyler, Texas, it was very rural, and
It's rural. You say until you go. Outside of going 35 north, if you go 35 south, it's rural. Everywhere you go, there's nothing but pastures and farmland and ranches outside that way. There's nothing distinguishes anything. If you go north, yeah, because north it's kind of like California. Or you go like we'll see in San Diego. After San Diego, it's like a bunch of cities after each other, and they never end. They never like stop intersecting with each other. There's no space.
right.
Well, like when you go 35 south from San Antonio, you're gonna see ranches and pastures and cow shit. You're gonna smell it. You're gonna drive in your car, but like,
Right.
oh my god, this cow shit stinks. You're like, well, you're driving your cow pastures for the next fucking 20 minutes, and you better get used to it.
Yeah, I guess when we flew into Dallas and then drove out to Tyler, it was in the middle of winter and it was pouring rain, and it was just kind of like a blur. But yeah, there was a lot of rural areas. Once you get out of the city, it's pretty rural. But I don't. It's just like the city is just like this dense glob.
Are you from Ohio?
Of like, no, in fucking Dallas.
Oh, you know.
Houston, I don't know. Whatever fucking city in Texas is near Tyler? Is it Houston?
That's where you're from?
No, fuck no. I'm mixing paint, by the way.
That's from Ohio?
What?
Where are you from again? Ohio?
I'm from the Northeast, New England.
Ah, Chowder Town.
Oh man, the clam chowder is the best in the world where I grew up. I tell you what.
No,
You know what the key to New England clam chowder is?
I like Manhattan chowder.
No, New England clam chowder is where it's at. You know what the key ingredient to New England clam chowder is? You don't know what it is. It's Ritz crackers.
No.
Ritz crackers is the key ingredient. No, that's yeah.
It's like the thing I saw. Like, how do you properly tell? Yeah, you wash it down with garbage disposal.
No, actually, I just gave you the key ingredient to stuffed quahogs, not clam chowder. But
See, the thing my daughter thought she was Southie for a while.
either way, some really good seafood. That's some Native American seafood, I'll tell you what.
I had my little girl when she was like 4 or 5. Like, yeah, say beer. Beer. No, it's beer.
Yeah. I remember you telling that story.
Beer. No, there's an R there somewhere.
Yeah, it's funny because people actually do talk like that a lot. And you think with like the modern age and the internet, they would have broken their habit, but they haven't.
No, she still has some R. She has for R's. Yeah, I should say sure. No, it's sure. Or she would say hamburger. It's hamburger. Now she can pronounce what she wants to, but I'll say, hey, can you pick the dog up? I can do that. Can you do it? You make sure the dog goes out? Okay, Dad, I'll do that for you. Where does all this fucking little R's disappear from you?
Yeah, I often wonder that myself. Like, why does the New England English sound like it does? And I often come across the idea that they're just fucking lazy. And they like to slur their vowels. but
Got in my cat.
I don't know if that's true or not. It's just
My cat.
a theory.
Judge. I met George the other day. I got in my cat. And I hear it from them like, okay. And they call them like stadies. They call them we call them troopers. They call them stadies.
Yeah. Yeah, Stady.
No, I mean that was one of my favorite stories that I won from Ben Affleck and Will Hunting when we talked about is Martin. About his Uncle Martin. Getting pulled over by a stady. And then a big ass wreck happens behind him. So he goes and his Uncle Martin's like all fucked up. So he grabs, he doesn't know. And then he grabs, he just does this thing. And then he grabs Stevie's car and takes it home. And then Stevie shows up at his house. He's like, hey. He's like, hey, what are you doing? Who are you? You know who the fuck I am. I don't know the fuck you. I never seen you back in my fucking life. He's like, open your garage. His city was driving around in his fucking gremlin on him. Trying to find him. He didn't call it. He's too embarrassed.
Yeah, those stadies don't take no shit, I'll tell you what. I was working a job on the highway, and in Massachusetts, you have to have a state patrol officer on any construction job on the highway. And so there was a statey who was posted to the job that I was on, and he was there every day during working hours, and I was there every day during working hours, and there were guys that were there during working hours who were actually doing the work. But me and the statey, we hung out, and we talked about his service pistol, which was a SIG, and we talked about his girlfriend and this and that. And as soon as I kind of even mentioned a slight bit of an insult to him, that was the end of our conversation. So they don't take too kindly to jokes or even know the slightest bit about 80s movie trivia history. What is the best 80s movie? That's what I got to ask the world right now.
I had to say one of all of them. Narrow it down. All of them. I know people, they're use genres, so very realistic. The one I like the most of all of them, 16 Candles.
Say what again?
16 Candles.
Oh, shit. What was that, some coming-of-age movie? I don't think I ever saw that.
That was like 83. It's the one of the girl they forget her birthday. She falls in love with the guy.
Holy shit. I don't.
You
know what? I'm happy to say I never saw that movie.
Other than that, I mean, there's other movies out there that are really great, but I mean, my favorite movie is before that. My favorite movie of all time was The One Who Flew the Cuckoo's Nest.
What?
The One Who Flew the Cuckoo's Nest.
One Flew Over the... What was that, from the 70s?
Yeah, it's Jack Nicholson. When he was locked up in insane asylum.
That shit like black and white?
No, sir.
Well, if we're going to go to black and white movies, then...
No, it's not black and white. It's not black and white.
I'm going to have to say... The Maltese Falcon. Okay, black and white. No, my favorite '80s movie is First Blood, without a doubt. Like, Red Dawn is awesome, but First Blood, man, every scene of that movie makes me want to be there, like watching that shit on scene. I mean, I don't know.
I think it's certain movies like that, like Uncommon Valor. I can think of the Hanoi Hilton, the most popular movie in that time. Platoon.
Yeah, I don't know. It's something about being in the U.S., which they're actually not even in the U.S. in that movie, but it's set in the U.S. And man, Stallone was a fucking good ass fucking actor for that role. I gotta say,
You remember Park Is Mine with Tommy Lee Jones, where he takes over Central Park or Veterans Day? Or
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah,
What?
it's called The Park Is Mine, where he takes over the park, Central Park, Veterans Day, and basically booby traps it, so we can go in and out.
I've never ever even heard of that. When was that filmed?
Mid 80s, it's called The Park Is Mine.
The park is mine.
Yeah, where he basically takes over Central Park.
I'll have to look into that one. But Tommy Lee Jones, for me, his best performance was in U.S. Marshals. I mean, spot on. How can you argue with that one?
He wasn't bad there. I liked him in Space Cowboys.
that that movie was a fucking joke. I'm sorry to say.
Or the Coal Miner's Daughter.
I didn't see that one. No, he's a good actor. There's no doubt.
You haven't seen Coal Miner's Daughter with Loretta Lynn?
No, I mean, I'm not a big movie guy. I'm really not. So I've seen the box office hits. But that's about it. Oh, Space Cowboys, though. I mean, that was a good movie, but I don't think there was any good acting in it.
I don't know. Yeah, I hear you. Or did you do the right stuff? You like the right stuff?
Who?
The Right Stuff, the original.
Oh, yeah, that was a decent movie, wasn't it? Was Tommy Lee Jones in that too? Like, I honestly don't even remember him from any movies other than U.S. Marshals. I don't. It's probably because he was just kind of a generic character in all the rest.
How could you lose that movie? Scott Glenn was. So I'm gonna put down. How could you lose that movie?
You've kind of got an encyclopedic knowledge of movies, a lot like Island Z Survivor has.
I'm not too
I've
bad.
noticed.
I'm not too bad. I actually like to remember what I remember. Anyway, man, I got skedaddle. I am going to go to bed and go to the job fair tomorrow. So maybe. You have yourself a good evening, sir.
You guys still watching? That's an arch top door, which is different from a radius top door and slightly less expensive. This, what you are looking at, is a tray ceiling. This is some old world stuff right here that you are not likely to see in commonplace everyday construction in America. Also a 9-foot ceiling. Old world craftsmanship, folks. Right here. Yep, getting painted, sealed, technically. And I will continue.